Why, hello there. Let me adjust this a little bit. I have returned from the weekend and slightly more of frozenness. And meow, let's make sure everything is good. That looks alright. Almost forgot to check this. That would have been bad. I think we're okay there. This seems to be okay. Alright, I think we're up and running. So, where the heck were we? We are coming up, pardon me, on close to done with the map editor, which is going to be the end of fixing or rewriting the editor in Flutter for feature parity, more or less, right? Get us back to where we were, but with a better base. And we got nothing loaded right now. What were we in the middle of doing? Oh, yeah. We were trying to figure out. I've been busy with all the other stuff in the world, and I've spent no time thinking about this. Trying to figure out what I want to do with state here as to how we wire this up to get loaded and where do we control it, right? Because we're going to want to have an option to load and switch maps, and also we're going to have other maps, like how do we connect to a different map, right? Which is kind of further down the line, but we're going to have names of maps. And we'll want that to display up here. But I believe that is part of the map pane. Or am I incorrect there? No, it's part of map pane. um, we have map state in here. I think I do want... So what we'd end up doing is... It's all my menu stuff. Me... You're all in it? Oh, yeah, because of the size. Right. Okay. In here. And we had started the idea of pulling load map over here. Do I... So if we do this, then right here is where we would do our stuff for the... I don't think I can do a center here. Let's just put... Let's put a placeholder in. I can do it. Okay. Even though it's a scrolly, it's going to figure itself out. Cool. So I could do that. And then over here, we would need to... Well, we got load map already. The path. I have to figure out the path from here. The actual map files. Up. Where are you? There you are. Server. That's the actual. It's in here. There's nothing in this file that specifies what it is. We could say that maps need to end, like we could do like kind of like Go does, underscore map is a map, right? Because in Go, underscore test is a test for the module proceeding. We could do something like that with a naming scheme. Like it's just going to fail to unmarshal as a map if it's not a map file. But previously, we just had a file browser that was generic and it looked in this directory and it showed everything, and that's not really great, right? We could do another folder for them. Do I really want to hard code that to where only that works, though? I don't... Is there a Flutter widget for file browser? That's another interesting question. There's some rando made a file picker. Like, I don't want to write a full... This is some kind of a mobile app, apparently, or mobile widget. Mobile first. I don't want to write a full file browser if I don't have to, right? I don't need all that functionality, I don't think. It seems like a lot of bloat, you know? I mean, I could just write a map picker widget that displays them. But if we're thinking about this in the larger context, right, you're going to have a lot of maps. Right now, we only have one. They're test maps. But once you get multiple maps in here for all of the different cities that you're going to want to have and all that, what if we just put a maps folder in here? Do I want them here? What is game map? Oh, right. Because it's Right now we have a config folder. We could put them in there. Yeah, I think let's put them inside the config. And then we can have maps. We have a server config. Should open you. Which specifies a config directory. And if we keep it inside of there, like this will eventually have to change when we build anyway. But that allows you to put this in places. We can add a map directory as well. Default it to within the config directory. We've already got a map config. And once we support multiple maps, that'll have to change a little bit. I think I like that idea. Let's put it inside of the config. We're going to have to. We can move test map in there. That's fine. Right meow. We've just got this. And we're going to need a config file for this stuff too eventually. Let's just do. Let's do a map directory instead. And then load the name. No. What do you know about down here in our map state? Map state needs to know. Map state will need to know the directory. So that we can read it out of here. Or just thinking about how to organize these widgets. So we could load a list of available maps here. and then let the controller basically select from the names. And that might be beneficial when it comes time to connect the maps together. Maybe. Maybe. We would need to essentially have this take a path, and then on initialization, reach in there, figure out what's in there, what's available. How do we organize that into a way that is usable is the question, right? Because if you just go by names, it doesn't tell you a ton about them. But you can't do like folders without building the functionality to browse them, right? Which we don't necessarily want. Hmm. But then if we do that, you have to build in the functionality to browse folders, but also we have to reach into the file system every time to refresh it. And then when we say, hey, connect these two maps together, we have to go find them in the file system, reading from disk. And we don't want to like load everything, right? That makes no sense. We could do some kind of a complicated data structure that would help with that and kind of cache it here in memory in a minimal way, just the existence. Hmm. Some of that's going to depend on how we decide to do those multi maps, which is, in the future. It's a future me problem, but just trying not to paint myself into a corner. The other thing is, though, that we kind of have to just start building something to know if it's shaping up the way we want or not. So if we take a look again at our map file here, we can change these guys a little bit. Like right now, they don't have names. But we don't want to unmarshal the whole file just to throw it away just to get a name out, right? Is there a way... There's a way to read just a part. Which... So we can open read. And get a stream. But that's, again, a lot of complication and work. We could base it on file name. I don't hate that as a concept, right? Whatever you name the map, like we need to give it a name in the data file itself eventually. But I don't necessarily like you'd be able to change that without changing the file name, right? But then again, you should be editing maps through the editor. So as part of that, we could just save it as the name. And then have like an original name. Like that's a whole thing. We need to build that capability in, right? To both sides, to the editor and to the server. Because right now server isn't aware of map names either. But maybe that's okay, right? We also need to support having two maps that you can go between. Right now there's only one map controller, runs only one map. So, also a future me problem. And that's going to have implications for a lot of different things. Like, do I want to put each map into a process? Maybe, or a go routine? Maybe. Maybe. We'll need to figure out some performance implications there. Because right now, map controller runs in a go routine for one map. And that's all fine and good. But for the rooms that aren't occupied or the maps that aren't occupied, we probably don't want them hanging out, taking up resources forever, right? So we probably need a way to spin them up and down. We need to persist map state. That's something we don't do yet. We need to persist character state. That's something we don't do yet. And how long does it take to spin up a map? You know, when somebody needs to be in there. It might be fast enough, you know. And how does that play with things like NPCs that wander and stuff like that, right? Getting off into the kind of intellectual weeds of the game designy part things. So for now, I think we're just going to base it on file name. I think that's okay. The like the name in the file, we can we can manage that through code, I think. Yeah. Let's go with that. All right. So, what we need here it'll probably just be a string. Is to have a map directory path provided in here. Like so. And it's not really final. How do I want to do this part? Like I can hang a function off of this that says, hey, give me the list of files in there. But I don't think that I can base a widget on that. Let's just, so if I was to say, something like this, and I can just return a dummy, for now. Wow. If I could type, could I then say in here, instead of this guy, I would need a column, children, and then I can say, this is that valid? Am I allowed? I am allowed. Okay. So obviously this needs to be a better widget, but this will cause it to, anytime we hit this widget and we don't have a map loaded, it'll pull them. Which is fine because it's going to update things. Like if we save it like with a rename and we close the map, then we'd end up here again. That's good. I like that. We're happy. This, we also need... like these controls are not valid when you're in this state. And I might just do... an opacity so that it still exists. I can't do that though because you're wait, no, it's not can I do this? I don't think so. I think it's gonna say invalid parent. Valid use of parent data widget. Yeah, incorrect use of parent data widget. Because this is an expanded. Oh, I would just put you inside this scroll wait, no. Not scroll configuration. Hang on. All of you go back to where you were. Put it around the container, I think. Right? Okay. And then... oops, I deleted... that's fine. Not container, column. Get available map names. I don't need these for this because Flutter reasons. Put that back in. Oops. There we go. Just to have a visual placeholder here. So if we then take you back to 0, the space remains the same. So we don't have any wiggle issues, right? And then we can, instead of doing this, we say map state dot, oh, what were you? Map controller dot map. If it's not equal to null, 1, otherwise 0. So that it hides it when there's no map loaded. And then we can do a similar thing with our title here, where we say if it's not null, we do that. Otherwise, it's text. What if we just call you map editor in cases where you're not? So, boop, like so. That doesn't line up. That's deeply annoying. that would be related to... be this, I think. It would be, but... It's because... of this? Nope. Because you're in a scroll configuration there, that's why. And not in a, whatchamadealio. That's expanded, though. So that should be the whole... I suspect... Well, it's not really that. What did I do for the other guys here? Tile, template bar here. Did a flex of 1 and a flex of 8 is what I did. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, actually. This really just shouldn't be a flex. We have a layout builder. We have a container here. Could say you're a tenth of the height. We would do, we have a layout, yeah. And then, let's see, template bar and tile, whatchamadealio here. Template bar. It's, tile. What did I name you? Tile data. Do that. Then you all have the same height. And we let the other bits and pieces, you know, sort of do their thing. I believe that we could get rid of the expanded here in that case. and simplify the widget a little bit. And then you as well. Whoop. That one, please. Yeah, okay. And then I wouldn't need flex here either. Just consume the rest of the space. Oop. Never mind. I need that for the sides. Because these guys came up and shared. We would need to... Oh, actually, we could... What if we did this? Made you the same height as the top guy. Then we can get rid of that. Was template bar, and then we do the same. Over here. And I forgot to also just remove the expanded completely here. Oop, wait. Put that in the wrong place. Flex comes out, yes. I did take it out. Okay. I did that. I'm going to reload just to make 100% sure everything is clean and fresh and new and happy. Yeah, now everything is going to be the correct ratio of the height. That is going to make them big. Which you did before. Yeah, that's fine. They'll get kind of small as you make it small. But that's good. That makes it look good. I do want to change up that a little bit. While we're here kind of just unifying things, because I spotted a bug. Visual bug. Might as well, I guess. And then we'll do a commit just for these two files, and then this can be part of, because we kind of got sidetracked. The template bar, we essentially want you, let's see here, we had a row with spacing 10, box decoration, sized box. We did that to make you the same size as this. It's because you're extended, I think. We would need to put you inside of a sized box as well. Yeah, there we go. Why did we even do extended on you? You don't need to once we size you up there. Just make sure. Yeah, that's fine. I think. We'll see if I hate it in the future or not. For now, it's fine. That's for sure. Let me make sure. Alright, so what have we changed here? That, yes. But for now, we're gonna add we're gonna add the tile data sidebar. And then the template bar. The map doesn't change yet. Yeah. Simplify the widget sizing logic. Middle, base, the top and bottom height off of strengths instead of expand everywhere. Push that up. Okay. And back to where I was. Now that things line up, we need to make this actually load first, I think. So what we'll do is in here. So you provided me a directory. How do I want to do this? I could say oh, it's just list. Okay. List or list sync. List sync should be non-async. Turns a stream. Don't know that I want to do that. We can await it. That's fine. Let's take a look at list sync first really quick. Gives me a list. Okay, yeah. And I don't want to follow links or recurse right now. So what we'll do is we'll say think here. Right. This is the Map directory path. List sync. There we go. Import you, please. Isn't defined for the type. Oh, right. We need to open. Yeah. And this is probably, we need to test what happens when this isn't a valid. It's probably just going to be an exception, I would think. And it's not this, it's that. Okay. Now we'll loop through it. And what do I have access to? I don't have path is a string, URI is a URI. Do I have an ability to... Which of these? Base name. Path library. You live in path. You don't have path? Are you not? Oh. You're official, you're just not in the... So we need to go add to our pub spec. That one. 1.9.1 pub get. But also, is there a easy way to get an extension, or do I just need to... It's this. let's do this. Not extension. We need to do this like so. And is there... Actually, base name... Base name without extension. Like, I could just string split, but let's use the tools we have, right? Without extension... So if our extension is that, like so, I could probably just skip that since we're doing it down here, only if our extension matches. We can do that. And then return the map names. And that, because we have nothing in there, shows us nothing. We need to put that... Oh, it is in there. We need to go make you pull it again. Okay, something has gone awry. Let's just do... Well, let's just do a cheeky printout real quick here. It's because... There we go. Our extension gives it to us with the period. Okay. So that'll get us our map names out of there. And then from there, we need to build a widget for this. And we also need to handle the case where there's nothing gracefully. But that's going to be the job of the widget here. So in here, let's break you out into a widget, I think. Yeah. Map selector. Let's call ya that, shall we? We need to spell package correctly. Material class. Map selector. And extends stateless widget, and then override build context like so. Right. Just a placeholder real quick. Now, instead of this, yeah. We should be able to swap that in, and it gives us our hello world in the center. Perfect. Okay. Let's bring in... Yeah, let's just start from the column here. We'll bring you in over here. Y'all don't need to be commented anymore. This needs to come in with. Needs to be there. And this becomes that. That goes there. That goes away. This becomes map. Map names. Map state. Get available map names. Like so. And then we're back to where we were. Perfect. Let's just make 100% sure by making it reload. Yeah, we're good. Okay. We're going to need a callback, but let's not get there just yet. How do we want to... How do I want to do this? How do I want to display this? Let's stick with kind of our theme of having a border around elements. So let's go ahead and pop a container around this fella here. Oops. Copy, please. We don't need that, though. We do want... I'm not super happy with the way I've been doing this theme thing lately. That's going to probably warrant a degree of thought. Okay, so that's going to give us a column. We do that, it'll give us like a minimal... Well... Maybe the answer is I just don't want it to be in the center. That's fine. If we put you at pane, we take you out of center. You'll just be chillaxing. Oh no, you're gonna do... Yeah, we're going to take that out. We're just going to have to be smarter about our styling here. That's fine. The... Oop. Start aligned. And then... Well, I would have to do another column inside of there if I wanted to do that. Which I could do. so there's an invisible column. It goes all the way around you. And then you get your box, and then things line up correctly. These guys here... If I do a row, they'll stretch. I don't necessarily want that. I could do a layout builder instead of all this. Which then I could do constraints and do like, you know, a central deal. Or I could do it with like padding. Yeah. Let's bring center back here. Let's ditch that. Oop. And then that and that. Go back to that way. But instead of this container, layout builder, we do that, 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 that. Missing one of those, or one extra of those, I think I meant to say. No, it's just in the wrong spot. Then this could be a sized box. No. It's a constrained box. Or is it? Because we're basing you, I think, sized. Height can be... let's say... just 50% to start with. And sure. I don't know why they went with this instead of giving us a percentage. That was easier to think about in my brain. So we'll say that you're allowed to be like 75% of the width. And half the height. Decoration. We don't have decoration. Okay. We'll put you in a container. That's fine. Oh, I realized what I did. I did min width, not max. That makes more sense. There we go. Okay, so we could do something like that. But I kind of think I don't like that center. Why does my height become... It should be. Am I... Oh, right. You gotta be inside of there. Why do you do that? Oh, because this is scrollable. I think. Yeah. Which... Like, okay, fine. What if we just put our decision up here instead? We still end up with issues? Hmm. Because you're in the column, I think. So the max height ends up being infinite, basically, is the problem. Okay, so actually let's just do this because we're gonna want this to be a scrollable box. So we will put that back outside of our scroll configuration, so that we don't end up with anything fighting to control that. But we can't go with the max height. Hmm. I've already got you set to min, but you're not paying attention to that. We could do... Like, we could base it on the width. That column is still gonna grow, though. Why is that? Am I confused? Hmm. Tell you what, I'm gonna step away and use the restroom really quick. I'm gonna figure out and we'll come back and figure out. Because I don't think I want this to fill the whole thing. I want it to be just like a nice little boop, right? But we also want to be careful we don't create overflow issues. But yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom. We'll be right back. We'll think about that. All right, there we go. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? I'm gonna drink that before it gets any colder. Mud, yes. I thought a constrained box would constrain. Is it the container? Is the container for some reason not... Well, now I can't tell. I would need to go here. And then I would need to go... As soon as you come up. Here. And go here. Okay, so it's not constrained there either. Why not? Let's put you back. Oh, duh. Because like I said, it has an infinite height because it's in a column. It's in a parent column. But then why does it have... You're outside of the scroll. So if I was to just... for the sake of science. One of them got lost along the way. There we go. You're correctly constraining the width. What? What? Ah, no. Nah? Like, that should make it a square, right? But it don't. Why not? Max width. Okay. What if we switch back? To a sized box. Well, that's just confusing. And I can't do that because it's invalid use of parent widget, incorrect use of parent data widget, because it's not inside of a flex widget. Okay. We're going to chuck all of that because it added complexity and didn't do what we wanted. Right. Okay. Perfect. Oop. Actually, I deleted one too many things. We do still want our container so that we get our border. Okay. We do need to get rid of the expanded, though. That's fine and dandy. And because they're rows, they grows. And if we didn't put them in rows, they would be in the center in theory. Except for I forgot to delete one. Yeah, okay. But that doesn't fix our border. Because you're outside of the column. Meow. Make you a min. We would need bring back our invisible column. Children widget container. It's because this needs to go first. There we go. Then we would end up with a centered guy like that, and then the size of the whatever we put in here would govern, which is fine. We could like chuck a padding on here. Something like that. Just give it a little bit of room to breathe. We could also do... They're not a margin? No. Trying to remember. Container has a margin. And I believe this is still... So if we did that and we put y'all back in rows just for the sake of figuring out where we were. That gives us a little bit of room. But I don't super love that because it won't be... It won't be responsive. It doesn't grow, right? Well, we have access to... We can put this back in. And then make this... max width divided by 3, let's just say. It's probably a little much. Margin of 1/4 of the width. But like, if I'm gonna do that, then why would I not ditch that? And then do percentage math again. Let's just say 60% of the width. Oh yeah, because I got an extra box in there now. Column. There we go. And then we'll have to worry about the height in a different manner, which we have already done, basically, by having it inside of the column like that. I think I'm a little bit happier with that as a visual. We would want in here let's see, like a header of some kind. We'd want to do could just do a text, but I want to do a container. This one is going to want to be a row for sure. The others are just kind of a placeholder. Because you color scheme, secondary container, maybe. You getting ahead of myself. This actually needs to be outside of the row. Like so. You go away. There we go. We center you so that we get that, but I don't want you to have that padding. I want you to fill up that space. I've got one too many close parens now. There we go. So you do that. If I'm gonna do that, so actually let's put this padding back. I'm gonna want this to actually just be outside of the whole thing. Ooh, but inside the sized box. So I'm going to want you to be here more or less in the hierarchy of this widget, but I'm going to want my sized box to be around the whole column. Let's see, that's going to mess up. Layout builder here. No, I need another. Hang on. Size box, child is a container. This is a child of a column. Child container, child container. Yes, because you go around the column. You live there, you have the padding. Container, column. Close of the column. After the padding. I have one too many there, I think, and not enough there. It's the close of the column again. There we go. That puts my border around the wrong spot, though, because you need to be around that. And I screwed up my braces again. The box decoration, side of which box decoration right there. That's no decoration, border, box decoration, column, children, close that, close the column, close container. You need, there we go. That would get us that, but give this a little bit of padding. Just a little bit, though. Make a little bit more of a header. That's pretty good. But I'm not going to want this padding anymore. So if that lives there, we'll handle the spacing inside of there. We need to do that way. Okay, and then I'm gonna need Did I do that the other way around? No. Why wouldn't you let me make it a static? Okay. No, I can't do... I can do that, but I can't do the color there because we need to use the theme. So what we do is put it in here in part of our build. That's about as good as we're going to get. If we're going to do that, we might as well just keep them together and say that's a final there. And then this is my border width. This is my border color because we're going to need all of them. And then... Ew, I think I might want my padding back. Symmetric. Wait, no. Just vertical for now. Maybe horizontal too. What else do I want to display here aside from the name? What can we know about a map? Could probably know the size. Perhaps. What's going on here? Ah, I see. Ah, one sec here. Pingcord has become unreliable. We'll just update that while I'm looking at it. Okay, so right now, there's nothing. How's it going? Pretty good. How about you? Do I want to do something else with this to make it... Like, we could do a minimal... I don't want to load the whole thing and build a map completely, but I guess we could read the first couple things and do like a size. We would want to do that as part of getting the maps if we did that. We could do that. Is there value in it? The other thing we can do is just, directly... Let's start with just the bare minimum of a name here. So instead of text in here, do you want to row them? Probably not. Probably doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it's probably fine. We'll give them a little spacing between them. And instead of this text, what are my options for button? I could do an inkwell. I could do a text button. I could do an icon button. What about a text button? Is there a... No, there's not. Just do nothing for a second here while we figure out what we want to do. Can I put a row inside of you as your child? It's kind of wonky, but like, it's an interesting idea. I don't hate this. We have to figure out like how we translate file name to like a nice display name. If we want to base it on file name instead of loading. That's really... The other thing we want to do is... do I want to... How do I want to handle nothing being loaded if you've pointed at an invalid directory? Right, meow. It would just be an empty box, I believe. Let's we can change that to simulate that really quick. Yeah, that's hideous. We don't want that. I'm currently making an app for a client. I've never worked with the authentication tech Azure has, and it's on pain to learn. Microsoft documentation is worse ever. Gotcha, yeah. They can be really hit or miss. That's for sure. Some of it is actually really good, but not all of it. So let's handle this case really quick, just for the sake of sanity. We'll say... let's go. We can do is If you're not empty, we do this. Oh, I can't do that? Can I just paren you? No. That's inconvenient. I could probably just make you an anonymous function. I can't. I'd have to pull out a function, which, I mean, that's fine. Is there a cleaner way I could do that, though? That's nicer to read. They have like 20 pages of text and filler for the simplest stuff, and they hate showing code examples. Yes. Or like their examples are 6 different ways, but that's only half of the ways to consume it. um Can I do you here? I could do that. Okay. And then I don't have access to map state in here. It's scary how good they are making everything so bad. Yeah, right? Hey, thanks for following. Appreciate that. But I don't have access to map state here, nor should I, really. I could say that you need to tell me what you're looking in. Like, I could grab map state, but if I'm going to grab it, then why am I bothering to pass in my names, right? Or I could just say no maps present in maps directory. Align you in the center. Or what if I scrap this whole idea right here? Just make you that. And then I could lift up in here. But then I would need... Oh, thanks, Nightbot. You've decided to beacon both at the same time. Very, very good. Top tier experience. I could do... What do I want to do about that? could I do like this? But if I was to do that, then I lose all of my positioning and stuff. I guess I could just center and say, map directory path. I don't love that either. For one, it looks like butts. Two, it's just ugly. I could make that a little bit nicer to read. Let's go with that for now. I don't love it, but I don't know what else I want to do with it yet. Let's fix this so that we get our map back. Because that's all well and good. I think we're gonna have to have we're gonna have to have something a little more complicated here eventually. For now, let's leave it there. I think we're gonna want to have at least size. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, we'll go with it for now. Well, yeah, I hate the name. I gotta figure out what else I would want to do from this view, though. Yeah, let's keep it simple for now until we kind of until I use it and figure out what I want to do, right? Like what features I really need. Okay, so we've got the text in there. We need to give it a callback. And it can be nullable. That's fine. It's going to get a string back on, not click, but select map. Let's just say oh, I didn't make you nullable after I talked about it. There we go. And that's going to be in here our row, our text button rather. If you're not, no, let me call you with that. Okay, so for this, we can just do this to make sure I've wired everything up correctly. So when I click on this, it should say, except for that is this a hot reload issue? I go back, come back in. Why are you disabled? Giving you a function. Let's change that really quick. You're still... If I do that, then you come up. And you do that. That's correct. Why don't you activate if I give you the other way, though? Can I just do this? Still appears disabled. Is it because it can't figure out whether or not it's valid? Well, let's go with that for now. Map editor, load map takes a map path. Load map takes the full. It does. Okay. So either we do what I was talking about and do a more complicated object here that this guy runs on. Or we have to build the path back up here from the stuff, which seems a little bit fraught. Because then we would have to do path join, all that good stuff. I guess not fraught, but fragile. Whereas, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it. All right, where do we want to put you? Um, I guess just here's fine for now. Map file. And we can actually lift a lot of you from map controller? No. Map. No. Where did I put you? You'll be in here in the load. Load map. Takes a file path. Reads it. Just decodes it. Map data. Here we go. Map model. Which lives also at the root. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So we can lift... I guess map file data? Yeah. Let's do that. We'll call it a model because that's what it is, kind of, sort of. Those are probably going to be finals for this case. Do I want to do a UUID? I don't think so. Can do that. I could do that. It's going to require a path. Name for now will default to an empty string. We can do that. Pull JSON here. And we're only gonna care about... We don't need a factory constructor for this guy. What's the correct syntax for just the regular one? I think we can look at templates. Yes. You have a regular. Right. So we ditch this and we just do that. Okay. And then we do name is, well, first we want path. Except for we create path. Can I do am I allowed to do that? Initializing form. This dot path. Okay. And then I do this like so. And then I can do let's make sure we do that. And our size is in snake case. And then we need, do we need a 2JSON? I don't think so. We only need to unmarshal this. Map. I'm gonna do I don't want name parameters there. I don't think I'm going to do that. So when we go in, do I want a controller or do I want to just put it in here? I could just put it here. If it's JSON, instead of this, so map names, instead of being a list of string, map file data. Map file data. We don't need we only need that now. This needs to be that. So here and then we need to say, we need to give it the whole path, which is fine. You basically need this. To live in here. Call you that. Path. Read a string sync, catch. That's fine. We need to import convert here. We decode the file contents. You are file data, map file data from JSON. This needs the path. Map string dynamic map file data can't be assigned to variable type file data. Oh, really? That's why we changed your name. File data, your unmarshaled data. Well, no, you should be. It should be file data. Map file data can't be assigned to a variable of type map string dynamic. Oh, right. There we go. Then I don't need that. I need that instead. And then we return, instead of map names, I'm going to call you just file data, I guess. Change that back really quick. What? Do that. Okay. And then we need to teach. Let's change this. Oop. Let's spell it correctly. Get available map files. What are you mad about? Oh, yeah, because... Yeah, I think somebody might have knocked. 1 sec. Never mind, I'm hearing things. Knew that it was something in the song. Okay, so you now need to accept not a list of strings, but a list of map file data. We'll call you map files now instead. Let's see here. Yes. Ooh. We'll return the path on the onSelect. This, however, we need to say if it's not empty, we do that. Otherwise, this is where we need to get in the we had you over here. We need to move you now. What were you? We need to import you for one. Base name. There, okay. Null is not a subtype of string in typecast. This contains key. Yeah. Oh, do I need to... That was a bad example. I need to look at template model. My name equals needs to come first. And then I can just do a ternary. It contains key name as string. Then it's the name as string. Otherwise, it's just empty. Empty string. There we go. So when I load you, now I get the path printed out. Perfect. And if I go break things intentionally by removing that, I still get no map files found. Okay, perfect. And you don't have a name, but if I gave you one for testing purposes to make it nice and pretty, then it would appear here. Perfect. Let's get rid of you for a second because we want to work with what we got. And this might be... This might be the starter where we want to have more info. What if in here... Oh, hang on. Before I get ahead of myself. let's just get this working as is. I think maybe this becomes a data table, and we have like map name, file name, and maybe size, because we do have size in here now. But let's do one step at a time. So instead of printing, because that's very useless, this map state load map, this is no longer name, it's a path. We just feed you directly to map state load map, and boom, we load a map. Okay. We'll need a close map, but let's just stop there for a second and do a big old commit here. Move maps to their own folder. Only editor specs this location right meow. Add a model for the basic data of a map file. Parse that data. I want to pull that out. I don't want it in my UI code, I don't think. Parse that data for the map name and size, info, load data. Okay, so I got a couple things I want to do. Let's just say to do, pull this out into a controller. Don't be lazy. And let's see here, map selector. I want to in here swap this plain old text button stuff, a table question mark, show name, file name, and map size. Just leave my thinking notes there for a hot second. Okay, so we got that. Closing map. I think it just goes up top. Which means we need I don't have a close map, which I probably should put in here. We have a load map because we want to make sure that we clean up everything. So on a close, what do we do? We replace you. Can I just call clear on you, actually? Come to think of it. Let's use the tools we have, right? But we'll type them correctly. And then connection table, clear. Actually, because we based this, we need to null you instead of clear you. Because we based a lot of things on whether or not map is null, which may or may not be the brightest idea, but we're going to stick with it for now. Because otherwise we'd have to empty it and stuff like that. But these guys we can clear. Map size we can set to 0. We can set you to coordinate 0. We can just make you null. Because you're nullable. And you're a coordinate anyway. And then in here, close map. Notify listeners just to make sure everybody handles things correctly. And then over here in our pane, we've got our row here of buttons. I got save, I got reset. I probably just want to put it there, I think. Not there. In here. Manual item button on pressed. None of these are wired up yet. Do need to do that eventually. Child const menu accelerator label. Ampersand, not $sign. Close. Oops, wrong place. Can I actually just get away with directly? Doing that? Oh, can't be null. Expression type is void, so value can't be used. On pressed. But you are a void. Would it just be to call? What? That's a weird error. Reloading has killed it though. Okay, cool. Okay, so boop, boop, Seems to be working. Love that. We need to if things have, if changes have been made, throw a confirmation dialogue for both close and reset. So that's a thing we need. But yeah, that's actually shaping up fairly well. Okay. Meow. Map selector is going to need the ability to create a new map as well. Which is probably going to be map state's job ultimately. So let's put a to do here. Need the ability to create a new map and save it. Wire this up to the map selection screen. Leave myself that note. Okay, so let's go ahead. Double check. What did we change? Map controller, map editor, widgets, map pane, and map selector. Oh yeah, we ran around making to-dos. Yeah. Commit this and say, add ability to close map. Okay. The controller. We're going to put this into a directory. We're going to call you map file data. The model goes in here, refactor, new Dart file, map file data. Controller goes in like so. Loves that. And we're going to just pull over ooh, do I want to do that? Or hang on. It's just, it's so little of a functionality. Yeah, yeah. Um, file path. Spell you correctly. We'll come down here. up here rather, to where we had all this lovely stuff. This block here. This turn. Need to... You're not a file path, though. You are a file system entity. We're going to call you file still, though. Then my JSON can come over here like so. Dart convert gets imported. Return file data. Then extension is JSON. This file is file data controller. Load. Could do this. When we create you, I really like, yeah, I want to pull a lot of this stuff out of here. You this is going to be required. We'll label it, make it named. This will just be that away. And this can come out of here. Let's call you directory path. So all of this, bop, 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 bop. Directory path, like so. Available maps, like so. Files, like so. And then my 4 comes over like so. This is going to become a list return. My add comes down here, but goes up here. Return that list instead, meow. We do want to add this check here to make sure it is JSON extension This can just become... This will probably get this import out of here as well. So all of that, good. Now you... like so. And we need to give you the path, which we put in... here, but I also need directory path. There we go. Named param. There we go. Okay. So that should all still work. And let me just completely hot reload instead of hot refresh, or whatever the difference is, whatever they called it. It's fine. Okay. Yes. Yes is the answer to that question. Okay. Love that. And that gets rid of our to do as well. I'm happy with that. Pull the app file data loading code out into its own controller. And this should still work just the same way. Yeah, we're good. We are good. Okay. Oh, big stretch. The other things we need to do. Let's do... let's do our warning confirmation stuff first, because it should theoretically, hopefully, be simple. File data is in there. We're done with that for now. We're going to want to use the same exact modal here. In fact, we have a couple modals we need to create here. Modal, however you say that. This one's going to be exactly the same, but... where else have I used... so I got to remember the syntax because it's wonky. It uses navigator and all that other stuff. Status effects. It wouldn't be the controller though. It'd be in here. Bum 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 bum. It's not in there. Would it be in the edit panel? Wouldn't. Here is where it would have been done. Configurable delete confirmation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I already broke this out because we use it in a bunch of different places. I remember that now. You leave in widgets. Let's copy you. Let's create a new Dart file. Actually, hang on. Edit form. That's container, not confirmation. Unsafe changes warning. Yes. No, that's just that. Because we text styled you and wanted them to all be the same. Who uses you? Right, that's just the text. Crap. Okay, that's fine. We're going to go back to where we were already going with this. New Dart file. Unsaved changes confirmation. Put you in here. This will be let's keep label. And we'll say this label has unsaved changes. Are you sure? Can you? Will be discarded. This I need to is there a convenience helper in Flutter for title case? Doesn't look like there's anything built in for my convenience. Okay, so let's do this. That's the easier way to figure it out anyway. Okay, and then we'll rename you on confirm. And then how did we consume you? Bum, 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 bum. Action button. It was a builder. Can you open and right split? There we go. That's not what I wanted. Find usages. Ah, show dialogue. That's the part I was missing. Okay, yeah. So this whole thing here we need. Okay. So in our map controller, not map controller, map pane rather. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. This guy right here. That we don't have you done yet, but Hugh on pressed. This needs to be unsaved changes confirmation. Label is map on confirm. This is the reset. So this just needs to we need to add a reset. Where do we actually still retain? Nowhere. Okay. Hang on. To do trigger reload of map file. There we go. Okay. Here we go. This guy is easier. We're gonna need to put you inside of a body now. Boop. Oop. Nope. We need this whole fella here again. Which actually I might be able to get rid of. Did I copy too much there? What happened? I think so. All of this goes in there. This goes in here. I've got Close menu item button. I've messed up my... That should close menu item button. Why did you put yourself down there? Am I confused? Get in there so I can see what I'm doing here. Menu item button. On pressed. You all need to be tabbed in. So we close the on confirm, which we might be able to just get away with doing that. We close unsaved changes confirmation. We close show diet. You need one of them. No? Close the show dialogue. We close the on pressed. It's not this, right? Yeah, no. Didn't make sense that it would be. Rounded rectangle. Yeah, see, this doesn't seem... I didn't change anything down here. That goes away. There. Auto format included an extra curly brace. That's what happened. Deeply annoying. Okay. So now our reset doesn't work just yet, but we come in here and we do something. Unsaved changes. If we go to close, we don't get a warning. Oh. Well, I didn't even get that. This needs to be if map changed. Throw that. But we're actually going to ternary you. Map has changed. We do all of that. Otherwise, close map. Jesus. There we go. Otherwise, we can just close the map. Put the braces in the right places. Okay, now should get my pop-up. but I don't. Oh, I'm missing something in here. Show dialogue. Um, do I need to do that? Make an arrow funk? Are you old or are you recurrent? I think you're old. Remove arrow before show dialogue. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, now. I did have it. Oh, duh. Yep. Do. There we go. Okay, so cancel doesn't do anything, and then okay closes. Perfect. Alrighty then. So we don't have any confirmation there. We also need to make sure that if I haven't changed anything, I need to also, when I close, or when I load? Should be when I load. Reload map, and we also say map changed is false, and so is unsaved tile changes. Just to be sure that we clear out that state. Okay. And if I don't make any changes, then I don't get my pop-up. Perfect. Okay. The the reload here. We don't store. Map directory path, map controls. We don't do. We give you a path here, so let's store it here. And then in here, we're going to say that. And the enclose. We're going to clear that as well. And we're going to do a reload map which is just going to call load map with map path if it's not empty. And then, because we want to notify listeners at the end of it, we'll call it in here. Reload map. Okay. So if I come in here and I do 2.1 and I apply that and I reset, yes. Oh, I need to also that would be gone, but I need to make sure that I also reset the selected tile, which I already have. Facilities to do. Okay, now if I reset without anything, I need to check that. Okay. If I make a change and then I reset it, sure. That doesn't reset that. And I think it's because there's going to be a different object under the hood. It will have created a new copy, I'm pretty sure. But clearing the selected tile when I'll reset is also acceptable behavior, I think. So, I save you. You're in there. I go, no, I'm going to throw away everything I just did. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. That will be just fine. That's still a thing. We need to go check. We didn't do our... I don't need that. We didn't do our check here. If map was changed, do that. Otherwise, just give her a call. Put that back while we're here. Okay. Let's just make sure nothing gets cached and hung on to. Okay, so if I come in here and I click around a little bit and I go reset, yeah, just okay. Nothing's changed, but fine. You told me to reset. And if I make a change, you're still there. Yes. You're not there. Perfect. Did I catch? No. Okay, it wasn't highlighted still. Perfect. So, that is handled. This is all done there. I deleted one too many curly braces. Fix that up. That's all fine. I think we're good. I think we're done with that part. We do need to make decisions about that, but think I'm happy with those bits and pieces. Let's commit that. Let me just double check, actually. Map controller, map editor. Yes, yes. Map pane. Unsaved, yeah. Add an unsaved changes widget. Reuse unsaved changes notification widget we can reuse. Use widget in or when resetting or closing map with unsaved changes. Okay. What do I want to do first? I got a couple things. Let's fix up the fact that in map pane here, map title or map editor, this we need to say we don't have awareness yet in map controller of the name. So we need to do that, I think. Because the file model knows about it. Yeah. Okay. Map controller. Not map controller. Map models, what I want to be in. Let's close that. Let's minimize what we have open here at the moment. That still might need to be open. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. My map controller. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. My map controller. Controller model needs to know doesn't want to be a final, does want to be capitalized, name can default to an empty string, that's fine. Here you where do I want this to live? Probably after the ID. That makes sense to me. If contains key, name, this syntax refactory, JSON name as string. Otherwise, label name isn't used. Oh, right. Because we create the object. That's why you had space in you. Okay. And then this here, same place, if name is not empty, name is name. That's syntax. No? What am I missing? I'm making a silly mistake, I'm sure. Oh. Because of that, you need to go here. Oh my gosh, but I copied and cut too many things. You go back where you belonged. And we'll fix that up. What are you... Oh. There we go. All right, so we only include a name if we have it. Okay, now that you know about things like that, when we load you, load map, initialize map, we can make you as part of initialize, I suppose. And no, because that's more setting up the data structure. We're just going to say map name is going to be equal to map data name. And when we close a map, we're going to clear the name as well. Okay. Now, in here, if it's not empty, then we display here map name. Otherwise, right. If it is empty, unnamed map. And we're going to need to put up here. Forgot I did 2 ternaries, which I would rather not do, but Flutter syntax be what it be. I need to add an edit name button up here. And we don't have any saving functionality just yet either. That's going to be the job of the map controller, but that's going to be a whole thing we need to do. So you are ready for that when that day comes. We probably want to make sure I didn't break anything. I should have done this. Yeah, we got dependency updates. Cool. All tests passed. Cool. We didn't break anything along the way making those changes. I should have checked that before, but that's fine. In our map, why are you... Good job, JetBrains. We should include some names in our test data. Actually, I think we only have the one, the one test map. Yeah, okay, so... Name. Should be the same as the test data name. And then we did the special one-offs like this. Okay, that's fine. So basically... we can duplicate this. We're not going to care about tiles or connections for it, though. Let's just do this whole guy right here. No name, just to prevent and catch any regressions, right? It already has no name. We can take this out. We don't care about it. We just care about... it will need a UUID, though. And we can just borrow this one. It don't matter. Just for the sake of having... Name should be an empty string. The rest of this can just go away. And that should still pass. But it doesn't. What did I mess up? Oh, because... this. And I left I left this in, which also should have gone away. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to do a Marshall with no name. We don't need to have all of this in there. Hey, thanks for a follow. I appreciate that. Hey, it's even a goal. Love that. We don't need y'all. We do need to throw a name at you. just to have something in there that we can verify. Nope, I've gotten confused. You are the one that needs a name. I got ahead of myself. And UUID here. Whoops, this is not. This is the connections. U. Result. Name. Should be the same as test name. Okay. You don't have a name, very specifically. This guy, we're going to get rid of all these checks. We're not checking for this part in this test. We don't care. What we do care is expect JSON new. Wait, hang on. Yeah. Contains key name false. But it's not JSON. It's result. Okay. One at a time here. This guy should pass. We've added him a name. It is checked. Perfect. And then Marshall without name. I guess it ran everything for me. Cool. That's fine. Marshalling to no name doesn't create an empty key. Perfect. Okay. We do need to still do that. This shouldn't have changed anything, but let's make sure that nothing fails. That's new. Perfect. We're done in there for now. Add support for maps to have names. Add tests to cover edition. Okay. I am going to grab a beverage really quick and use the restroom. I'll be right back, and we'll work on something else. Probably renaming, maybe. But yeah, be right back. There we go. Oop, I left you over here. Here you are. Perfect. So, do I want to do editing the name, or do I want to do... Well, saving is going to be a big push. So like I said, we have the marshalling stuff is in place, but we don't have any save logic just yet in the controller. So, yeah, editing the name, a nice little task to just cap it off here. And we can get into the big ol' chunk of work here after. All right, so in order to get this, let's see, editable, I'm thinking we put like a button there. Conveniently, we have that in place. It's in a row, but I guess we can just do another one here. So if it's not null, then I should have a name of some kind here. Let's just do an icon button to start with and see what we feel about that. And you are going to be icons dot edit. Sure. Little pencil icon, kind of universal. Otherwise, just null it. And we'll need that. Like so. Is there an icon button small? I think there is. No, there isn't. Crap. Okay. Do I want to do that? Or we'll keep that in here for just a second as a, a thought. We could do what if we did a oops. Let's comment those guys out really quick and say text field. There we go. We have style read only. Okay. Don't you have a I thought you had a content that you could do just with the default controller. Just am I losing my mind? Possibly. Controller is optional. Is this for rain? I don't know what that is. It's my own engine. Bu-bu-bu-bu. Let me. Thought I could just. I mean, we'll need a controller if I decide to go with this, but I want to see it before I just commit to it. I thought there was a way to put content in there. Could be mistaken though. Next field example. Content. No. That's the alert dialog. Okay. Let's do this. What was it, your parameter name? Yeah, it's just controller. Text, editing controller. Text, this, just a nice temporary placeholder here. That's fine. So, okay. Oop, that didn't work, did it? Oh, well, yeah, of course it would be, because we need to do that. That's why. No? Okay, well, hang on a second then. Ranvier is open source JS mud. Oh, yeah, no. No, I don't speak JavaScript. I love myself. I guess I'm just not allowed to do that. Well, for the sake of seeing if I like this or not. Still nothing. I thought I could do this that way. There's another parameter though. Is this a hot reload issue? That's my test still. I need to switch you back over. Let's go ahead and reload that. So it should be showing just the default text. I guess I'm not allowed to do that. Okay, fine. I was trying to be lazy and it's probably cost me more time than, you know, just doing the damn thing. Let's see. Stateful widget, that's all fine. Up here in build, before build. No. Yeah, in build. Name controller, except no, I have map state up here. So I can do, I think I can access this here. Name, map name, there we go. Can I do this here? Okay. I say that your controller is my name controller. If I'm going to do this, No, I need to do this. I need to do this part up here because do you before my lates, because you're not a late. We need to make sure when we dispose you, that we call dispose on the name controller here. But we can do in the build is we can set that, I believe. And it should be okay. Hey to you as well. Do I need to set? No, because this is in build, I don't need to set state. Okay. I think that's probably my problem with the temporary one, although should have happened on build 2. I don't know. So controller is that, right? Okay. Show up for me. No. What? Am I forgetting how? I may very well be forgetting how text field works. Are you actually here? Do you exist? I'm not seeing a whole lot of existing. Okay. How about let me click on you so I can get in here. Okay. I was realized no, not you, my my text field here. Column templates. Okay, so here's my templates. Let's simplify that a little bit. Okay. Okay, good. You. You do exist. You just don't appear. That's weird. All right. I need to go look. Oh, you know why. I know why. Thought I knew why. Yeah, I don't know why. Nope. Huh. Deeply confusing. Alright, I have to just stop and read the docs. Alrighty then, fine. Be that way. Bop, 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 bop. Use the controller, yes. Already controls or contains some text, okay. I feel like all of that I've done correctly, but I could be missing something. Would you like to run and actually show me what you're trying to show me? Reading value. Oh, that's just reading. I don't want to reading the value. Label text is password, but this doesn't show me with a controller. This one should show a controller. Controller in init state. I wonder if I need to do that. Although their example looks a little scuffed to me too. This was supposed to be an easy task. There was something else to do. With the text field. What was weird about them? As a controller, yeah. Input decoration. Read only defaults to false. Maybe this Turner is just scuffed. What if I just set you to the thing? Show up. Make it happen. Up here. I can has label. Something is gone awry. What am I forgetting? We can try a label text just for funsies. Is that not? Label text isn't defined. Oh, because it goes, all right, fine. That goes in input decoration. Which needs to be decoration. And it still doesn't appear. Okay. So that's where I thought it didn't have a material parent. Like, it's a material app at the root of it, but I was thinking it got confused earlier, but that didn't do anything for me. Let me see here. There was a thing about it. Where was it? It was... Scrolling. Thought I read something. Hang on. Where was it? I swear I just read something about... Decoration is non-null, which is default. Requires one of its ancestors to be a material widget, which it should be. And I tried, just for funsies, to make sure. Oops, not that. That. And it's still... old, right? Yeah. It still didn't show up. Huh. Okay, just for the hells of it. What if I take you out of there and just say you're always going to have to exist for me? Well, then everything gets super broken. That's interesting. Let's take you out of there. Huh. Well, that's very, very odd. You're in a row. You're a child widget. Why would that not be allowed? Oh, you know what? Well, no, you're in a row. You should be... Are you in the middle of freaking out and I've just been on the wrong? Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think I remember. Hang on. I think there was something to do with expanded in this guy that I fought when I was first learning Flutter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, stop moving so I can read. Can I hit test a render box with no size? I think I have to expand it a text box? Nope. Or a text field, rather. That looks like a hot reload issue. Okay. Super scuffed, but it's up there now. It does need an expanded, which is just... Ugh. Is there a better widget to use? Because that is butts. No. Okay. So, in order to do it that way, I'd have to do something else, right? We could get rid of that. That's not needed. We would have to do here... what if I just gave it a sized box and I said... This was half of my... Why... Box constraints can't be assigned. Oh, duh. Max width divided by 2. So I could do that. That would work. The other thing, what was it? Read only. That doesn't hide all that stuff. It just does that. So we still probably want to do text. Let me do this in a percentile form here. Let's say 40% of the max width. That should give you room to do all kinds of stupid stuff, right? So we would still do that. And then we would still do that. Except for that would, I lied. It would be that, followed by that, followed by that. Well, I'd have to, I hate it. I hate it all. So I'd have to, like, have a state for editing, change state when we toggle or we click on the editor button. Or I could do a function and like say which widget to put in here. I don't know if I want to do that though, as opposed to what becomes the question. What would I do instead? Where else would I put the renaming capabilities? Like I could do a pop-up, but I don't want to. I could do like a button for edit details or edit properties. Well, maybe there's something to that, because right now there's no way to rename the file. That ties into our saving logic, right? We'd have to be smarter about how we handle that. It's not the end of the world. Like, we don't want to duplicate data, right? If you rename. So we'd have to store like what our original name was and stuff, which is fine. We could also put the resizing stuff in there. Yeah. Maybe we do a modal for that, right? Like a Do we still put it on that button? Maybe. And then it pops up and you can resize and rename. Resizing isn't supported yet, but it's a thing we'll want to do. Yeah. Tie it to a modal form for changing name, file name, see, map name, file name, and map size when we support resizing. Yeah, that's gonna go on the to-do list. But I have been going for about 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it here for today. But thank you for those of you who came to hang out. It was good to meet those of you who are new, and good to see those of you who are returning viewers. If you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So come back tomorrow around about 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing more of it, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have a great weekend, and I'll catch you sometime down the road. Thanks again.